Suspense. Tension building. Suspense and tension building. What will be? These crazy ideas, huh? What will be? These crazy ideas. Ah, that's the question. Crazy ideas. Marble on stream, yeah. Marble on stream, 16 gigabytes the update. Okay, boys, are you ready? Are you ready for some crazy ideas? Are you ready? Didn't start my webcam or what? Yeah, I did. Hello everyone, good evening. And welcome to another stream of Plane Shift. Oh yeah, the music is in perfect timing. Oh yes. So, if you don't know, we have an update just released. It's not a new client release, but is but it's an update, and this update basically allows you to better harvest the plants around the world. There are way more spots than before, and well, the plants are actually the same ones, but they are much better distributed across the world, and also they are in specific positions, right? So that certain biomes have certain plants, other biomes have different plants. So it kind of makes sense somehow. I mean, it's not perfect, but at least you may have to travel a bit to find some rare plants. While before it was not really like that, right? Before it was pretty frustrating, I would say, to find stuff. Now you should find it more easily. So there are like 640 plus locations across the world, and 70 plus are active at the same time at any given time right now, if there are no bugs. And that I don't know, but we can assume that, yeah, that should work. But you can tell me. Oh, by the way, the picture of the day is exactly the one of the update. Ah, incredible. One chance out of 365, because there is one picture every day. So, yeah. So what I want to do tonight, I don't know if... and I may go and search. I already discussed about this, right? But now is the time. Now is the time to start it, right? And I didn't start it until today because we were missing the fundamental pieces, and there was still stuff to port from the old game, like the sketches, the drawing, the music, you know. There was always one piece that was telling me, you have to do it, right? You have to do it. And so I did it. So now all the pieces that pretty much are in the old game are also in the new game. And so I am more comfortable in really reaching to completely new features. Yesterday was the picture of New Village. I didn't pick it because I didn't refresh, maybe. I don't know. The of the New Village. Yeah, because I put... No, it's just chance. It's just chance because I save it finding a missing picture. And yeah, everyone has a number. So let me see if I already... Sketch drawing, fishing, alpha fishing, enhanced input, library, books, monster lair. Ah, monster lair. Monster lair, yeah, exactly. That was the beginning of the discussion. Let me see the picture. Oh, wow. Yes. This was the beginning of the, yeah. This was the beginning of the idea, but it was not really this. I mean, it is okay, but it's not really this, right? This is a piece of the puzzle. It is a piece of the puzzle, but it's not the full puzzle. Let me see. Multi-dungeon. What is this? Multi-dungeons. No. This was just the fact that we had, yeah, dailies. Dailies. Wait. Dailies? Dailies. Do blacksmith need materials? Do merchant need replacement? Do guild needs ingredients? We are close. We are close to that. We are close to that. Yeah. This picture I remember very, very well. Yes. This picture. World economy. This big. Yes. Now everything is coming back. Right now, this was the initial discussion. Right now, I'm thinking if I should start from here or from where. And also, how should I... Oh wow, this one. Oh, this one is nearly the one. This one is nearly the one. Weapon supply, food supply, protection supply. Yes. Do we still have the mind map or no? Mind flayers. Fantastic. Incredible what you can find on my PC. So where do we... Wait. So, I think we had a mind map, no? We had a mind map, but I have no idea if I still have that mind map program or not. No, I think I did the mind map for the quest that I never added then. Fuck, yes, exactly. Did we do a mind map for this as well? Did we do a mind map for this? I don't think so. On D we don't have program files. I'm searching that fucking that program, that very nice program that I always forget. Where is it? FreeMind Alt Delete. FreeMind was the name. FreeMind. Is this pointing to new or is pointing to old? Tell me. It's pointing to new. Okay, fantastic. Yes, exactly. We had the compass quest, right? Why doesn't it want to move? Okay, now it moves. Recent files. Okay. So I think we can start a new file. And I think we can save it as we can save it as this directory. It's a bit incredible that this is the only mind map program that I found, right? Which is a bit free mind map that I found, which is a bit weird, but because it's super slow to open any directory, like insanely slow. If you know a free mind mapping program that works well, let me know, please. Please. Why my face looks like I'm angry? Not angry. Huh? Yeah, we will save it here if possible. Can we? Can we say? I don't know exactly how I want to call it, but basically this is I mean, we can call it dailies, but it's not really dailies, right? But if we want, we can call it dailies, so it has the same name of this, and we go in sequence, right? But in reality, it's not dailies. I mean, dailies are just a small part of the discussion, but let's call it dailies. So I will always forget. Let me call it dailies upkeep, because upkeep I think makes more sense. Yeah, when it's changing directory, this thing is like going crazy. Do you think it's doing it? Let me see what you're saying. Regarding Quest, I don't know, I thought it's supposed to be a lot of role-playing, but I find in Quest is a bit of an insider thing. So message board or Guards in Tavern Central Quest would be really nice. I understand. Yeah, I agree. I do understand that veterans can find a way to... yeah, I think it's okay. Hello, Hula. Not if you have some online trick for helping. What do you mean online trick? The edit section you have a game master, but in game yeah. Well, I mean, there was a main plot idea, but main plot idea never realized. We will also do the main plot one day, but it's not time for the main plot. It's time for this. Okay, so the first point is I don't know exactly how I want to organize it. I think we can start from this one, right? Let's start from city upkeep, and then we will see. So I would like to have each city have an upkeep. Upkeep meaning their daily or weekly needs, okay, to survive as a city, right? And those daily needs can be kind of simple like this, but can also be a bit more than that, right? So it can be, how can I have a child of this? I'm pressing any possible key. Fuck it. Why not? New child, insert. I didn't press that one. Okay. I think I want to call it offensive power. And I want to call it defensive power. And I want to call it I don't know if I want to call it just food supply, but food supply is not really the best, right? But anyway, let's say that food supply, I think, is provisioning or something like that, right? Because provisioning may, how do you call all the things that are needed for a city to survive. Provisioning. Offensive power, defensive power, provisioning. Yeah, what Hula is saying is that there are websites that gives you quest pointers, but yeah. Offensive power, defensive power, provisioning. Ailments, I don't know. How do you... let's ask our friend ChatGPT. I would like to speak with ChatGPT though. I don't want to... Can I speak with... Yeah, let's speak a second. Let's speak. I think you can hear it now if I speak with him. Yeah, I think we can. I think there are limited minutes that you can speak. It's not, you know, forever, but... Yeah. Microphone is not on.
Hey there, how can I help?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. So I'm the same guy you spoke with before. I'm the one making Plane Shift, the video game. You remember that?
Of course, I remember you. It's great to hear from you again. How's the development of Plane Shift going?
Yeah, please don't ask questions. Give me only answers, okay?
Got it. What do you need help with today?
That was a question, but fine. Okay, sorry for the joke. So I am trying to design a system in the game that has city upkeep. Okay, city upkeep, a bit like you have, I don't know, in civilization games, right? Where the city has some provisioning needed and also has an offensive power, a defensive power, and other things like that, right? So at the moment I'm searching the word, or anyway, the definition, yeah, a word that describes all the ailments, all the provisioning, all the food, all the water that is needed for a city. What can that be called in a video game?
You might be looking for the term city management or city resources in the context of a game. If you're focusing on the specific aspects like food, water, and other provisions that a city needs to function, you could call it city logistics or city supply chain. These terms encapsulate the management of resources needed for a city's upkeep and operations.
Like resource supplies?
Exactly. Resource supplies works well. It captures the idea of managing all the necessary resources for a city, including provisioning, food, water, and other essential supplies. This term fits well for a system that handles city upkeep in your game.
Okay, if I say stop while you're talking, can you stop?
Yes, I can stop if you say stop. Just let me know.
Okay, that's good news.
I'm glad to hear that. Anything else you want to talk about or need help with?
Okay, so now I need to define the type of, the main parameters for the city. Like, and I was thinking offensive power, defensive power, and resource supplies. Basically, the offensive power is the collection of all the materials that they may require to build weapons, shields, static defenses, traps, walls, whatever, ballistas, catapults, all of that, right? So that's the offensive power. Then they have a defense. Sorry, the walls should be in defensive power, actually. Okay, screw that. Remove that. But let's say the defensive could be again ballistas and catapults and walls and maybe some bridges, you know, so some traps and things like that. And then resource supply. So I'm trying to define 4, 5, let's say maximum 6 parameters at high level where I can define the upkeep of my city. So what the city needs to survive.
For defining the city upkeep in your game, here are 6 high-level parameters you could consider. 1. Resource supplies. This covers food, water, and other essential materials needed for the city's population and infrastructure. 2. Offensive power. This includes materials and resources used to build weapons, fortifications, and offensive structures. 3. Defensive power. This involves the upkeep of defensive structures like walls, towers, traps, and other protective measures. 4. Population morale. This could represent the happiness or satisfaction of the city's inhabitants, influencing productivity and stability. 5. Economic stability. This parameter would involve the city's financial resources, trade, and income sources that ensure it can sustain its operations. 6. Infrastructure health. This includes the condition and maintenance of roads, buildings, and other essential infrastructure that supports the city's functionality. These parameters should give a comprehensive view of what your city needs to thrive and how players can manage and improve its upkeep.
I mean, I like it somehow, but also not, in the sense that I think of, okay, let's analyze each of them and let's try to understand which resources that the players can gather can be connected to each of the 6 categories, right? Because if we just have a category, but there is no game mechanics connected to it, that category is useless, right? So let's start with the first one, which is very, very easy, which is offensive power, right? So what can be offensive power?
Absolutely. Connecting game mechanics to each category is key. For offensive power, you can consider the following. 1. Weapons and ammunition. Materials like metal, wood, and stone can be gathered to craft swords, arrows, or catapults. 2. Military units. Resources required to train soldiers or build defensive structures that can also be used for offense. 3. Siege equipment. Items like battering rams, ballistae, or trebuchets that require specific materials to build. 4. Resource allocation. Players gather specific resources that contribute directly to the offensive capabilities of the city, such as iron for weapons or specialized wood for building offensive structures. By defining these elements, players can interact with the game mechanics by... Got it. I'll stop here. Let me know if you need anything else.
We should not confuse...
Understood.
We should not confuse weapons, for example, with player resources. So weapon is the product. So what we are producing, right? And metal is the resource that the player is gathering to create the weapons, right? So we should have that very clear. So under offensive power, we may have weapons, okay? We may have soldiers, okay? We may have siege equipment, but we cannot have player resources like you said, because player resources is not fitting this list, right? Player resources is a child of one of this one, of weapons, for example, metal or wood.
Absolutely, that makes sense. For offensive power, you should focus on the end products or capabilities that the city can produce or utilize, such as weapons, swords, bows, or other offensive equipment, soldiers, trained units that can be deployed for combat, siege equipment, catapults, ballistae, or other large-scale offensive machinery. The resources like metal or wood are the materials players gather to produce these items, not the items themselves. This distinction will help keep your categories clear and focused on the city's capabilities.
Okay, so we will separate the soldiers' weapons from the siege equipment. Okay, so they are separate categories, and I want to keep them separate because the impact of those two is extremely different. So the weapons, or the soldier, let's call it soldier or guards weapons, right, are the ones that you give to the warriors, and they can be used offensively because they can go outside of the city, right? And so if we have soldier weapons, I think what I'm thinking is that definitely we need metal, definitely we need wood, definitely we need so metal can be precious metal as well, or not? No, probably not. So metal can be Basic metal, the precious metal, I think are not really needed just for pure offense, right? So it's not that a fancy weapon is better than a non-fancy weapon. So metal, wood, and I would say cloth for sure, because like, I mean, you should have somehow some material also to create, for example, the handle of the sword. So under the soldier's or warrior's weapon, what materials we should have apart from metal, wood, and cloth?
For soldiers' weapons, in addition to metal, wood, and cloth, you might consider these materials. 1. Leather, useful for making straps, belts, and some protective gear. 2. Stone, for certain types of weapons or tools that require a hard, durable material. 3. Bone. In some settings, bone can be used for crafting certain weapons or components. 4. Fibers. Plant fibers can be used for making ropes, cords, or netting for weaponry or armor. These materials can add depth to the crafting process and provide more variety in how players gather and utilize resources.
I'm sorry, but you've hit the daily limit for advanced voice.
Fuck
You
the
can
daily
switch to standard
limit.
now to keep chatting.
So I cannot chat with you anymore because we finished the daily limit? No! GG. That was nice. Okay, Copilot. Easy. Can I speak to Copilot? Another one. How can I help you? How many minutes of voice I have before it expires for the day?
Hey, I'm Copilot. You can chat with me just like you would with a friend. Talk through your thoughts, ask
Hello?
me anything,
Stop.
or even switch. What's new in Turin tonight? Feeling lively or ready to unwind?
Only answer the questions, please. Don't add anything else.
Understood.
How many minutes of audio and voice I have before I have to switch to text? Is there a limit?
No, there's no time limit.
Fantastic. Do you know the game Plane Shift, RPG MMO?
Yes, I know. Plane Shift. It's an open source MMORPG with an RPG focus.
Good job. So I'm developing this game, and I would like to speak with you about a new feature that I want to put into the game, but I need someone to speak with, so I reason better, okay?
Sounds good. I'm here to listen. What's the new feature?
Supplies, dotted fish is saying, supplies, defensive structure, trained army, trade and commerce, routes, leadership like lords and misters of the world's garden order, communication and intelligence like message or scouting. Communication, I like it a lot. The problem of communication, okay, let's put communication, even if I think it's harder to give it an input in terms of player resources, right? Okay, the feature that I want to develop is the city upkeep. So in the game we have a number of cities, and I want to define how those cities live in terms of upkeep. So what resources they need to be healthy and to be functional, right? And at the moment I'm thinking to one first level category of these resources, and this first level is divided in offensive power, defensive power, resource supply.
Got it. Offensive power, defensive power, and resource supply are your top level categories. What kind of specific resources were you thinking within each category?
Now, inside the... What is this noise?
Sorry about that. Please continue. You were talking about the specific...
What's this on? Yeah, so... Okay, now it's logged in. Okay.
Think about factors like food, water, shelter, energy sources, and materials for infrastructure.
Yeah, so let's start with offensive power. Okay, offensive power is the first category. Now, inside offensive power, what I'm thinking is we need soldiers, and soldiers can be, and soldiers may need weapons and armor, right?
Yep, weapons and armor. Any specific types in mind for your game?
So I need to connect resources that players can gather, right, to fulfill these categories. So, for example, if we say that we have soldiers and soldiers needs weapons, weapons are made of metal, wood, and leather, right? And if we need armor for the soldiers, they need also metal, wood, and leather, right? And then still in the offensive power, we can have like siege equipment, and maybe the siege equipment is made of, I don't know, catapults and ballista, and catapults and ballista as well need metal, wood, and maybe stone, because the catapult maybe is just throwing stones, right? So I want to create a list like this. Can you create a list for me for offensive power?
Sure, here's a basic rundown of resources for offensive power. 1. Soldiers need weapons and armor. Metal, wood, leather. Armor, metal, wood, leather. Siege equipment includes catapults and ballistae. Metal, wood, stone. Ballistae, metal, wood, leather.
Okay, this is all stuff that I told you, which is nice, but can you add more? So what can be other things that are needed in a medieval city for offensive power?
Absolutely. In a medieval city, other key components of offensive power could include 3. Tactical training grounds, where soldiers train. Wood, stone, metal. 4. Stables for cavalry units. Wood, hay, livestock. Blacksmiths for weapon and armor production. Metal, coal, wood. 6. Archery ranges for training archers. Wood, straw, leather.
Yeah, I'm stopping the microphone, otherwise this guy continue forever. Do we agree on having like stables? I mean, does it make sense to have actually a building like the barracks, the stables, or things like that that also need to be provisioned, or not? Doesn't need to be super complicated. I think it will be. Rope, yeah, fibers for rope. I don't know if I want to have more than this, right? Because I think if we add more than this, so if we have potentially, if we have, you know, barracks, right? I don't understand how that really adds to the equation, right? I don't know how that adds to the equation. So and also I think that soldiers, right, in reality works for defensive and works for offensive. And siege works for defensive and works for offensive. There is a bit of a problem though. Should we merge defensive and offensive? The problem is that I would like the player to choose. Basically, I would like you as a player to gather resources and allocate them in the city, donate them to the city in a specific category so that something happens, right? So like if 10 players start to gather metal, wood, and stone, and they put it inside a catapult box, the city will have a new catapult, right? If they decide that no, they prefer to have soldiers instead of a catapult, they will put the money here in soldiers, right? Now I think if we go barracks, defensive structures, yeah, probably it's better to divide it this way. Yes. Like to say that soldiers and so probably we remove a layer. We remove this layer and we just have soldiers and the problem is that I would like the city to be, I don't know if I really want it though. I don't know if I want you to be able to allocate the soldiers. Okay, these are the cities, right? There is Gugrantid, there is Idla, there is Oja, and okay, now we have also some other small villages like Delver, like Homestead and such, right? So let's imagine that every city has a number of parameters defined like this, right? Like soldiers, siege equipment, defensive structures, and such, right? And that you meaning a group of players, not just one player, but a group of players, or the collective mind of all the players may decide to allocate certain resources in one city or in another city. So for example, right, you may see an invasion coming from a particular area, right? For example, you may see a village, right, of a tribe that starts to be established in this area, right? And so you may say, this tribe may become big, we may have a problem, right? And because this tribe may actually attack the city, right? And now I don't know if we'll exactly attack the city or it will attack the defenses of the city, right? And the resources of the city. I think that is most likely what will happen, right? So I don't think it will attack the city itself, actually, but I still need to think about it. But I don't think it will attack the actual city. So I don't think you will see these monsters inside the city, at least not for now. But it may attack fortifications that you have built, that the game has built thanks to the material that you are providing to the city, right? And so if you see a tribe in this area that is potentially attacking Oja, you may decide to reroute a number of soldiers from one city to the other city, right? It is kind of an advanced concept actually that I didn't think yet. I just came out now. But yeah, the ability to transfer resources between cities I think is interesting. I think is interesting and I think we need it, but maybe it's an additional layer that at the moment we can exclude. Okay, so let's say that you cannot transfer anything between cities for a second, right? But you may say this and you may say, oh, we need to fortify this area, right? And in this area there are barricades, for example, right? There are barricades and you may say, I want to build, I want to build 20 of those, right? Plus, I want to build 2 catapults and a ballista, right? And I want to leave it permanently, outside of Oja on the desert side, right? And obviously the map needs to allow that, but I can predefine some spots where those things are. and so that when actual monsters will charge in, those defenses will be used, right? Offensive power to use army. Well, offensive power can also be magic. Can also be static structures, right? Because here actually we have catapult and ballista, but we may have magical towers or you know, we can have like a tower defense game, right? So we can have. Yeah, I think I'm struggling a bit with this categorization though. I think it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work because actually siege no, can I move that? Oh, I can do this. No, I have to do it again. So we are saying in reality this is army, okay. I mean army can also include flying things, right? It doesn't. I mean army can be also armored pterosaurs, right? So it doesn't mean that there is only soldiers, right? For example, right? So it doesn't mean that is only soldiers, right? I don't know if army is movable army. I think I'm struggling a bit to understand if I'm struggling to focus on is the army defensive or offensive or is both, right? And this is a bit of what I would like to have. Like a golem if the tower acts on its own. Yes. I would like to, a lot of stuff should work in its own, right? Should work by itself. A lot of stuff. I mean, all of this will work by itself, very much. You are just providing the resources. And then maybe you can provide some sort of guidance on how to use it, right? Some sort of guidance. So, but I really like the idea of defensive and offensive, but I think at that point offensive and defensive is the way you use it, right? So you can decide to so defensive and offensive will be a move on the map, like in Heroes of Might and Magic, right? Not more easy to make a town tribe who do all this work? Yes, but the tribe will be against the city, right? You understand? So the tribe, right? It is a tribe, right? The tribe will do exactly the same. So the tribe will have an upkeep, and the city will have an upkeep, and the tribe will fight against the city, and the players will be in between, right? So the players will be here, and the players may decide. I mean, if they just want to have fun, they may decide to give materials to the tribe, right? Or they may decide to give the materials to the city. But potentially, there will be many of these things on the map that happen at the same time, and the players will have to decide which one to solve, right? So there will be one tribe here that is composed mostly of, I don't know, goblins, right? With wooden weapons, while maybe here there will be something else, right? There will be an army of flying karkaras, right, with magic that potentially will attack this, right? And then maybe, I don't know, here there will be a mine, like a golden mine, right? And this golden mine is getting attacked or getting assaulted by something else. I don't know, like Ulbernauts, right? All around this mine. But now this is really advanced stuff, right? That will come a bit later. But the idea is that the monsters could block a mine, and if you don't unblock the mine, you will not be able to harvest the gold or harvest the. Well, let's say that that's steel, maybe not gold. But anyway, let's say that this one is steel and it's not gold, right? So you will not be able to harvest the metal to actually resupply the army of the city. And so this becomes a problem, right? And this becomes a problem. As a player, I'm not sure I do this hard work every day and not doing all the other tasks. Well, the speed is easy to change, right? I mean, this movement may happen in a day, or this movement may happen in a month, right? So the speed is very simple to change, right? And also the scaling, right? So we may say that if you bring one weapon to Armquist and Armquist melts it into metal, that is solving the situation. That is producing like 100 soldiers, right? And the tribes are only 2 guys, so that's automatically so you will always win, right? So the balance between the tribes and the cities is then easy to change. But we first need to decide the system and design the system, and then when we design the system, we can balance the speed, right? So how much, and the system can adapt also, I guess, based on the number of players that are online, right? If there is only 1 player online, which may be the case, right? The speed of the tribe, the speed of these guys, the speed of these guys may be 100 times less, right? But if there are 100 players online, then maybe this will start to be a problem if no one does anything. And then we need to decide, if no one does anything, what happens, right? But that's another part of the discussion, right? So there are so many aspects of this problem, but I want to start for now with the city upkeep. So how much? So what I was saying is that I think that the army, I think, is a good point, and then you may decide to use the army to weaken certain areas. For example, you can say, oh, we have 100 soldiers here. We have 100 soldiers, right? Because we built them, thanks to all the other players. We built them. And we want to send, I don't know, 50% of this. Hello, who joined? We want to send like 50% of this. Hey, Shlu. Hey, thank you for the subscribe on Twitch. Hello. Thank you. Very nice of you. So we want to send like 50% of these guys here and 50% of these guys here. So, or we want to keep 50% as a city defense, right? Now I have to think what that actually means. But the way I am envisioning it is that you have the city, and then you have a number of defensive structures outside the city that will be built. They can be barricades like this, or can be full walls, right? Or can be, I don't know, even towers, right? Or can be whatever it is. So we will figure out what pieces, right? But static defenses that allow the city to prosper. Now, the best to me, now that I think of it, the more I think about it, is probably that the monsters are never attacking the city, but they are only attacking the resources needed for the city to live, right? I think that would probably be better, because having monsters inside one of our cities, I think would be fairly problematic. Because then we will have to make like our building destroyable, or anyway, our building could be ruined and not functional anymore. Like the forge, but I think it's a bit hard for me to think now at the city not being functional, right? I think that I cannot grasp that fully yet. I think what I can say is that if I have a city and the city is here, we may define all these parameters, right? Like the water, food, leather, wood, metal, stone, right? All of that, right? All these are like pieces, are like, you know, resources that the city needs. And these resources may be scattered around the world. And the problem is that today you don't see any NPC of the city going and harvesting, right? You don't see that. You don't see Arnquist going to buy metal from someone, right? You don't see Fallen going and mining things, right? And the question is, should they do it? I think yes. Let's stop a second. Let's stop a second on army, because army is a bit harder. So let's go in resource supply, right? So resource supply, what I'm thinking is that the city needs materials to function. And materials are needed, I don't know, just to build a chair or a table or a spoon or whatever, right? Plus, obviously, you need the food and you need the water. But even the basic materials are needed just for the city to function, right? So a blacksmith needs a hammer. A hammer is made, right? So okay, let me see if this guy can help me. Okay, so now I want to focus on the resource supplies. So basically all the materials that are then needed to build tools or furniture or other elements or houses for the city to actually prosper and the city to actually be functional, right? I don't want the city to expand, so it's not an expansion play, it's just a maintenance play. So it's a city upkeep. So how much resources, sorry, which resources I need to keep my city functional. Hey bro, you are listening, but you're not answering. Hello? I don't know. He was not answering. He went to sleep.
And remember, the right balance of resources is key to a strong offensive strategy. So what other elements are you looking to build into your game?
So what we should look at now is the resource supply, which is not related to the army, so not to the soldiers or the siege equipment, but is purely the materials and the items that are needed for the city to actually function, properly function. I'm not looking at expanding the city, I'm looking at maintaining the city in good health so that the city can function. So for example, blacksmiths needs hammers, and people needs chairs and tables, and houses needs some wood to be repaired, and the roof will be repaired, and the streets will be repaired. So what I want to define is all the macro categories of items that you may need to keep the city functional, and what are the materials that are needed for that the players can provide.
To keep the city in good health, consider these macro categories. 1. Construction and maintenance. Wood, stone, metal, wood, leather. 3. Food and agriculture, grain, vegetables, livestock. 4. Housing and furnishings. Wood, stone, metal.
Why I cannot see the text while I'm seeing the... That's so bad. So I have to exit to see the text. That's pretty stupid, actually. Construction and maintenance. Construction and maintenance. Construction and maintenance, tools and crafting. The problem is that tools and crafting. Yes. Food, housing. I think it's a good categorization. I like this 4. Infrastructure, I don't know. Food and agriculture. Infrastructure, housing and furnishing. Infrastructure. Because what I'm thinking is how perhaps you can implement this new thing but only use it when needed, like a tribe attack. Yes, it will be a reaction to a potential problem that is coming from the territory. Yes, you got it, Ulla. So it doesn't have to be permanent, right? It doesn't have to be always there. But I think at the end it will be. But anyway, I mean, if I make it the way I want it, it will be. But it may also not be, right? And the idea is that players may ignore it if they want, right? It's not that the game crashes, right, if no one does anything, right? But definitely the land will change, right? And potentially it will be way harder to reach certain resources.
Thinking about the resource supply chain, how about we dive into the essential crafts and industries that keep a medieval city running smoothly?
Please don't ask questions, just answer, okay? Hello? Jesus.
Hey Planeshift, how's it going?
Hey, please don't ask questions, just answer my questions, okay? Hello? Bro. Why sometimes the microphone works, sometimes it doesn't? Like now the microphone is not connected. Hello? Fuck.
Let's make sure your medieval city stays thriving. What's the next aspect you want to dive into?
Hello?
Hey Planeshift, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, for some reason the microphone was not working. It's working now. So what I wanted to say is that let's keep these 4 categories: construction and maintenance, tools and crafting, food and agriculture, housing and furnishing. Now the hard part is to think what will happen if players put resources in one of these 4 categories and if they don't. So what can be the game mechanic effect of them pushing toward one or the other category.
Focusing resources on one category could boost specific city aspects. Construction and maintenance, better infrastructure, efficient repairs. Tools and crafting, enhanced productivity, better quality goods. Food and agriculture, healthier population, surplus food. Housing and furnishing, increased population growth. Neglecting a category could lead to infrastructure decay, lower productivity, food shortages, or unhappy citizens. It's all about finding the right balance.
Okay, I think it gave some good ideas. Oh fuck, he didn't print it out? No! He didn't print that? Fuck. He didn't print whatever he said. Shit. Okay.
Neglecting a category in your city can lead to serious consequences, like infrastructure decay, lower productivity, food shortages, or unhappy citizens.
Sometimes
it's
the
a
microphone
balancing
is not
act.
working.
What are you thinking of prioritizing?
Hello?
I'm here, Planeshift. What's up?
Okay. Let's discuss one category at a time, because my brain cannot process, 4 things at the same time.
Absolutely, let's break it down. Which category should we start with?
Okay, construction and maintenance. So what can be the game mechanic in an MMO, in an RPG MMO, that the player can influence by providing materials in the construction and maintenance category of one city?
Players could supply materials to repair and upgrade city structures, affecting the city's durability and defense. Regular contributions could also trigger special events or bonuses, like unlocking new buildings or improving existing ones, enhancing the city's overall appeal. Players' efforts would directly shape the city's growth.
The problem is that the city is already defined. I already have my buildings, I have my blacksmith, I have my alchemist, I have my herbalist, I have my baker, all of that is already defined and fixed. So I cannot really expand the city with the materials. I can maintain it, yes, but I cannot expand it. So what are we saying? That if we provide more wood, stone and metal, the baker will make better tools, and so at the end is a better bread? I don't know, it feels a bit weak as a game mechanic.
Good point. How about this? Providing materials could enhance the quality and efficiency of existing city operations. More wood, stone, and metal could mean sturdier buildings, improved defenses, or even upgraded tools for craftsmen, leading to bonuses in production speed or quality. It's about optimizing rather than expanding. How does that...
I think I like production speed, because production speed can be reflected as a bonus on the players, and also higher quality materials. So maybe they can find at the blacksmith better weapons or more durable weapons thanks to the fact that they provided materials. But at the same time, our players can craft already those weapons and armor. So I'm thinking, what can be the benefit?
How about this? Providing materials to construction and maintenance could lead to improved production speed and quality, allowing the blacksmith
That you
to...
said already.
Great. Let's move on to the next category, or delve deeper into construction and maintenance. What's your pick?
I think the problem is that it doesn't understand what I want to say. My problem is not associating a resource to an effect, but it is to make the effect an actual game mechanic, right? That actually influences the city the city functionality. So I think what I'm missing, I'm missing this parameter. Like these two are good, right? For example, we can say, oh, the city has better quality tools. And so it's producing what? It's producing soldiers faster? Or is producing armor and weapons faster? Yes, I think so. I think the tools and crafting can actually speed up the production of some stuff, right? But then it becomes civilization for real, right? And it is not exactly what I want. I mean, we can reason on it, right? Today is the day of crazy ideas, so it's fine. We can think to anything, right? But I don't want it to be I don't want this to become like a civilization game where you have, you know, your technology upgrades and you say, oh, now I have quality tools +2, and so my soldiers are having weapons +2 and such things, right? I mean, I don't know. We can, but I'm thinking, is it really what? Yeah, maybe yes, actually. Honestly, cities try to self-maintain or produce luxury goods. Basically, a city has to survive, and on top of it, can craft unique goods. Yeah, but I mean, at the end, my ultimate goal is this, right? That is my ultimate goal. My ultimate goal is to generate an event in the world somewhere on our map, which is, for example, a tribe locking down a mineral area. And locking down the mineral area will reduce the income, right, of that particular, the supply of that particular material to the city, or potentially to all the cities. And this should have a negative effect on the city functionality that the players can feel, right? It doesn't have to be a terrible one. I mean, it doesn't have to be a game-breaking effect. It doesn't have to be a game-breaking effect, but it could be something as simple as that crafting in that city takes 10% more time, right? Or that crafting in that city that will never produce quality 200 plus materials, something like that, right? So it should be anyway kind of a negative effect that they feel, and so the players may decide, oh, do we want to tackle this or not, right? Do we want to tackle this or not? And maybe they will say, no, we don't care because this effect is not strong enough, right? But then there will be another event on the map. There will be this group of things attacking this city, and maybe they will block it completely, and so people cannot use it anymore. So it is a bit of the mechanics that I'm trying to understand, which is so what, I don't know what I want exactly. Also, what about blasting that affects example gathering quality, speed, health, defense buffs in the vicinity of the city? Decaying goods. Otherwise, players just collect them once and call it a day, never. No, because the city will consume, right? So all this stuff that you put, so this is so the players will provide, for example, stone, wood, and metal, right? A certain quantity to keep the city in good shape. But after a week of real life time, right, the city consumes, I don't know, 100, 100, 100, right? Or 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. I mean, we can decide the speed. Again, the speed is not the problem, right? So it consumes a certain amount of stuff. And so you may have a positive or negative effect. So actually what I'm thinking is that what I'm thinking is that the city should function, right? The city should function as you see it today. So as the game is today, is our zero value, right? Is our zero value. This is how the city functions today. Like if you connect to the game now, this is our zero value. But then, if the players provide materials or help the city somehow, right? You start to have benefits, right? If the tribes are doing stuff, right? Then the city goes down, right? And you have some minuses. Now, I don't know yet what these benefits are. I don't know what these maluses are, but I think I have an idea of this mechanic, right? I have an idea of this mechanic that the city may shine or may go into darkness, right? And now I'm saying a city, but in reality it can be a village, can be an outpost. And imagine outpost after the bronze doors, right? So we have the bronze doors, and after the bronze doors there are millions of labyrinths, right? That you can explore, right? And inside the bronze doors they can be outposts, right? That you use to explore the labyrinths more, right? And so the outpost can have exactly the same mechanic. The outpost can have an upkeep in terms of materials, and maybe it can even be temporary, right? So maybe the players can bring materials there to build an outpost, and then the outpost has an upkeep for a certain time. If the players stop maintaining it, the outpost disappear, right? Yeah, that is a good idea. Should we do this only outside cities, and so not having a city upkeep, but just have a fortification upkeep? Because that is a different concept of what I'm saying now. So let's say that the cities do not have an upkeep, right? So let's say that the cities are functioning exactly how they function today, right? They function exactly as they function today. And they function exactly as they function today, and they are indestructible, right? They are like indestructible outposts. They are like indestructible outposts. The city will never die, okay? Which is also simpler for me, because starting to destroy the cities has some technical complexity, right? We will have to have buildings or walls that get destroyed. I don't know, it's too complex, right? So if the city under function player lose access to resources they could never get, and they have not one time to pick up, maybe they can or consume. So let's follow a second this thing. On the other side, right, the main threat that we have are the bronze doors, right? That is the main threat that we have, right? Which is located on the other side of the map, pretty much, right? So it's like two football teams, right? It's like two football teams, one on one side of the field and the other on the other side of the field, right? Now, it's not exactly like this, because like Amnadair, unfortunately, is very close to the border. But, you know, let's consider it this way. And then in our real map, maybe the border is something like this, right? Which is perfectly fine. So what I want the cities to produce light. And I want the bronze doors to produce darkness. I mean, obviously not for real, right? But in the sense of power, right? So I want the cities to produce something, and I want the bronze doors to destroy it, right? And the tribes are part of this, right? The tribes are part of the darkness, and the players, well, the players I think can be in the middle. The players can decide if they want to ally with the tribes or if they want to ally with the cities. The problem is that if they ally with the tribes, I think that their benefit is lower, right? But I would say that the players may be actually exactly in the middle, right? Because I think that the cities will anyway try to defend themselves. I mean, if you think to Armquest, if you think to Levrus, if you think to Amidison, if you think to these people, I mean, they don't want the city to die. So they are, you know, and the Octarchs and the Vigesimi and all of these people, they want the city to function, right? So what I want to create this tension, right, between these two forces. And I want the players to be in the middle and decide what they want to do, right? That is what I want. And this tension is created by these things. These things, right? So what I'm thinking at the moment is, what if the cities are nothing else than a Risico map, right? Where do you have Risico game in your countries? I think you do. It's too famous not to be everywhere. So what I'm saying is that, oh my god, you cannot see a map without accepting cookies of some stupid. But anyway, you got the idea, right? So it is like a battle map, a macro battle map. You know, like a giant battle map, right? And you as a player maybe don't even understand exactly what is happening overall in the world, right? But you can see some effects, right? You can see a tribe moving, you can see a resource that is getting scarce and you don't find it. You may see a city. So what I'm thinking is that the cities may be only producers. I think the mistake that I made here is to think to a city upkeep. I think a city upkeep is a super bad idea. I think the city should only produce stuff. So the city should be functional by itself. Exactly. So the city is only a producer. The city is only a producer. The city does not have upkeep. The city has zero upkeep. But on the map, you will be able to build. So on the map, we have what? We have mines, which are extremely important. We have lakes where there are fishes. So we have mines, right? Where we have metal. There are lakes where we have fishes. And there are, let's call it fields. It's not exactly like that, but anyway, fields where you have plants and fruits and, you know, plants, right? Which at the end is food, right? Fields can include plants and livestock, right? Exactly. And wood. Well, I think that wood is very easy, so I don't think that wood is a problem, right? I don't think that wood is a problem. I think that mines, lakes, and maybe lakes and rivers, but rivers are very hard to control, right? Because the rivers are super long. So I don't think I can make rivers a contentious point, right? I don't think I can make a river one of these things. I think it's impossible. So if we organize it this way, and then we can have some other ones, right? That today do not exist, but we may have sacred places like magical divine areas that are anyway needed to increase magical power, right? And that would be very nice to have, and I think we should have it, right? And I don't know if I want to split magical power with fate and blessing, but probably yes. Probably yes, but we can do it by God, right? So we can have like Talat places, Langs places, and Dakru places and things like that, right? So we can finally use some of our shrines, right? Because we have shrines that I never used, right? Like this shrine, for example. Like this shrine, for example, or like this shrine, for example, right? So now, what I don't know if these things will be movable or they will be fixed. But anyway, this is another problem. But I think I can separate. I think I can split this into magical power and blessings. Yes. Okay. There may be more than this, right? But this could be the logistical, the landmarks, right? The landmarks where that you have to control somehow. Or anyway, if you don't control them, and if a tribe controls it, then you're losing power. I think that due to this, we will have to move a lot of stuff, but hopefully not. I don't know. I will have to think about it. But now what I'm thinking is the cities, because I think I realized when I draw this picture, right? The cities are just producers, right? And with that production, you will be able to build somewhere an outpost. So actually there are three elements to this mini game or macro game, right? There is the city producer. There are resources that basically have all of this inside. And then there are tribes, right? Yes. Exactly. No, and there is a fourth element, which are the outposts, right? Outposts and fortifications. So what I want to say is that I think screw all of this. I think population morale doesn't make any sense. Infrastructure health doesn't make any sense. Offensive power doesn't make any sense. Communication, I think, could be something, but I think I will change it to... And I think the trade routes will probably be a new element. Okay, so I think I'm starting to understand the way I see it. So the way I see it is this. The way I see it is this. Resources. It's not very clear, but I need a bigger map here, I guess. But the point is this. The point is this. Cities, right? Producing stuff. And cities can produce and cities can produce defensive structures, but we also need a way to go anyway, like barricades. I don't know what other defensive structure we can have. There is, well, I mean, siege equipment. I think this could be inside defensive structures, actually. Because I don't think you will ever attack a tribe with city resources, no? Well, maybe. Maybe. Barricades, walls, and traps. Communication for me is play the scout quest. Yeah, but I think I'm a bit on another thread here. So look at this picture, right? Look at this picture, because this picture is exactly what it is, right? And let's say that this is a mine, right? There is a steel or you know, like an iron mine, right? There is an iron mine, and this is a lake, right? And such, right? So these are these, right? So resources. So these are resource locations on the map, right? And it's important, these resource locations, because these are locations. You know, mines are located here, lakes are located here, right? Fields with livestock may be located somewhere, right? It could be a special area, you know. There could be a special area, I don't know, here, where there are certain flowers and whatever, or resources that you have to gather, right? And that's it, right? So these are the locations. And this is what they produce. And what they produce should be the same of what I need here. So for example, wood and leather is a bit of a problem, right? Because wood at the moment is basically everywhere on the map, which by the way makes sense that it's everywhere on the map. And so wood would not be a contested resource. Okay, so the now I don't know why you say quest, right? But I mean, why you are thinking to quest? Because this has nothing to do with quest. I mean, you can still have a quest, you know, to go and get a fish, but this has nothing to do with this mechanic, right? Because quest you can do, unless a repeatable quest, right? Yeah, maybe with repeatable quest, but so basically what I'm saying is that all of this produce all these elements need these materials. And oh, by the way, in theory, we can have every possible skill, right? I mean, we could have, if we take our skill set, right, like light armor, axes. I mean, we could have that. Okay, I understand that. Yes, but I don't think the mechanic I mean, the quest can be an enabler, right, to get these materials, right? So for example, the dungeons, right, the dungeons that we created, the generated dungeons can be an input to get some of this, right? Fine. A quest can be an input to some of this, fine. So we can already do that, right? What I'm still a bit confused on is these are the locations that are somewhere on the map. These locations can be neutral, can be owned by the players in the cities, or can be owned by the tribes, right? So this is, I would say, the basic mechanism here, right? So I would like the tribe to be able to disable this mine so that no one can harvest it. So what I can say that if on the map there are houses of a specific tribe, right? In a range of, I don't know, 100 meters, right? That mine is contested, and being contested, you cannot harvest from it. So the way for you to unlock that mine will be to destroy this tribe, right? I think you are on completely another thread, Dotted Fish. I think you are going in a different direction. Imagine that it is a strategy game, right? Imagine that it is StarCraft or whatever other strategy game that you think of, right? Don't imagine that is a quest-based plot, right? Imagine that it is World of Warcraft, not the RPG, but the not World of Warcraft, like Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, right? So where there is a mine, and the mine can be conquered by an enemy, and if that mine is conquered by the enemy, you don't mine it, right? And if a lake is conquered by an enemy, you don't fish. And if a field is conquered by an enemy, you cannot harvest. Right? So I think that what I can do in a very simple way, which is not as good as I'm thinking, but I think is a step one, right? Step one is if a tribe builds any structure next to a resource, that resource is disabled. Scouting is the most important thing, yeah. True. I mean, scouting can still be, right? So you can go there as a player, you can go there and see what is happening, right? You may watch a tribe, right? You may watch a tribe and see how it evolves and what it's trying to do. You may even speak with them and ask them what they want to do, right? And there will be aggressive tribes and non-aggressive tribes, right? Like we have today already in the game, but they will be way more evolved than today. So you maybe with a non-aggressive tribe, you can even be an ally, right? But with an aggressive tribe, you don't want to be an ally because it's impossible, right? So they will always kill you, right? Well, yeah, I think that I don't know how much diplomacy you can have with an invading tribe, right? So like if you have a bunch of Ulbernauts, charging in, I don't know how you can actually speak with them, right? I mean, you can give them food, okay, but maybe you can give them food, but then if you give them food and they expand, then what do you do? If they start to eat all the fishes, right, in a particular lake, and that lake gets disabled, so how do you speak to this guy, right? So that's the question. How do you, what do you tell him? What do you tell to this guy? You can try to tickle him and see if he smiles, but let me take something to drink. Okay, I have a very bad news. I have no beer in my fridge. No. I wanted a beer right now, but cannot do it. I don't have a beer in my fridge. Pity. Fine. So I was trying to close this, but it seems to be harder than I thought. Hey, wait a second, I'm coming up, just a second. I wanted to close this, but it seems to be harder than expected because I have a million things open. Now, there is a reasoning, right? Doesn't mean that we have to do this, but there is something that I would like to build, and I'm just thinking if it's a good idea, how it could be, Small advantage only one player combat, attacking the tribe is the only thing needed. Communication is about talking, is the collection of mechanics that the player can interact with the game, the world be directed, and learn about the world while feeling she's having an actual interaction. Yes. Of course, you could also just blow the mark on the right and say kill the tribe. Well, I mean, making it more complex than just kill a tribe, as you may imagine, is adding an order of magnitude of complexity, right? Because if you say, oh, you can starve the tribe, you can make an alliance with someone else that convince the tribe to stay on your side, right? So all of that is fairly complex, right? It's like starting to build Stellaris, right? I mean, you can, but the game that made me mad, this game really made me mad. But I mean, you can, but obviously, if we start to develop, you know, diplomacy in the way of a tech tree that you say to one of the enemies, right? You say, oh, I'm allied with this one because we are trading gold, and so I'm trying to sign a pact with this other one because it gives me free movement on their territory, right? So then we start to build really a completely different game, right? So I think it's going a bit too far, right? I think it doesn't mean they will never be, but I think we cannot start with that, right? So I think it would be too much, right? I mean, I don't think we can start with that. So yes, at the moment, the mechanism is you have and it's already a lot. It's already a lot compared to what we have today. The mechanism is there is a resource that is blocked, and you have to unblock it. The way I say is this: for a game, you wouldn't necessarily ask what does the historical medieval city need. You want to ask what do we want to provide players with to interact with the game world and feel it as an effect. Does a trade pillar appeals to crafter, a combat pillar to fighters, communication pillar to maybe role players, and so on. No, I know, but at the moment we are building one feature, right? We are not building a game. We are building one feature of our game. So the crafters can go and craft. The role players can go and role play, right? That is not removing the role play part, is not removing the quest, is not removing the crafting, is not removing any of that. So that is still in the game, right? The exploration, that is all still in the game. We are adding one new feature, which is basically, I would call it strategic combat, right? We are adding one new feature, strategic combat. And as a player, you may ignore it. You may say, I don't like it. I like role-playing. I like, crafting. I like exploring. And you can do all of that in the game already, right? I like, I don't know, leveling up and grinding my levels. That's fine. You can do all of that. There is one feature. So I don't think that this feature can contain all the other elements again, right? You can leverage the other elements. So for example, some of the resources that you may need to make the city shine, maybe food, and that food you need to craft, right? So, or you may want to, I don't know, help a specific faction, and so you need to do quest, right, to increase your faction rating, and then access additional stuff. But that is not exactly helping here on the strategic crafting, right? They are balancing function when the player are too greedy. Greedy, what do you mean by greedy, Marcelo? Hello, by the way, Marcelo. Hey, nice to see you. So So yeah, I think yeah. So I see it like a tabletop game. This functionality, right? This functionality is like a tabletop game where you have resource locations on the map that are our mines, our fields, our lakes. And those are producing specific stuff that you then use in crafting, is fine. You use in crafting to actually enable the city producer. So basically all these resources are doing nothing else than enabling the city producer. And the city producer can produce defensive structures, can produce army, can produce siege equipment, right? Or magical equipment. I would say siege equipment or magical equipment. Maybe we can have like the magic towers can be down here, for example, right? Now this part is a completely different thing that I was thinking at the beginning, but now I'm thinking to remove it completely. Now I'm thinking to remove it completely. Or to just make it an enabler for this. So if we say I think it would be very nice, but it's very complex. Gathering too many too greedy, gathering too many resources from one place. Yeah. Yes, exactly. No, I'm thinking, can we? So this is the basic, right? This part here is the basic, and I think it's pretty good. So the cities will actually produce stuff that you can then use to build outposts around existing resources. And at the moment can be very simple. Can be, again, the tribe establishing one building and the players establishing, or the cities establishing one building. So if there is at least one building, the resource is contested, right? And so it doesn't function anymore. Until, okay, we can say until the two races are actually allied, or one race is destroyed, right? I think like this is fairly simple to implement, right? Because I can really look at, I can do a check every, I don't know, 2 seconds if there is all around this resource and see what is there, right? And this resource will enable or disable itself based on that. And there can be a visual effect, I don't know, it can be a particle effect that the mine is unusable, right? Now, the best of the best would be that the other tribe is really blocking you access, right? But that is a bit harder to do because it means that visually and also physically, you know, they have to build like barricades all around. So that's kind of hard to do, right? But do you see where I'm going? Do you see roughly where I'm going or not? So now the question is, what is the game mechanic, right? What is the player choice? The player choice would be assuming that there are a lot of problems on the map, right? So let's zoom out. Let's zoom out, you know, a lot, right? So if you zoom out for a second, right? If we zoom out and we say on the map there are a lot of resources, right? And on the map there are some tribes, right? And on the map there are some resources that have been conquered, right, by a specific tribe, right? And I don't know if conquered is just, you know, that they took it fully or they disabled it or whatever. But for now, let's say that they took it fully, okay? So there are some tribes that are still in construction and some tribes that are already doing damages, right? They are already holding a resource. And then on the other side, let's say the bright side, there are cities that are producing stuff that you can use to counter these tribes, right? In Moria, the Lord of the Ring game, I didn't play that, so I don't know it. The tribes just use pre-existing locations and spawn a small banner with a campfire and a unit around. That gives a pretty convincing idea. This is destroyed. If destroyed, the camp is defeated. Okay, but do they have? I mean, what is the fight? How does the fight looks like? So you just have to go there and remove the banner, or do you fight people there? Because yes, the indicators, if you're speaking only of the indicator, yeah, the indicator can be a small flag or something. I probably would prefer like a particle effect, like a fog. Like when it's blocked, you have like black fog all around it, right? And basically if you go there and try to harvest, it doesn't work. And when the fog, and when it's cleared out, right, the fog, the black fog goes away. You defeat the units, okay. And if the banner is destroyed, the camper stops spawning unit. Okay, because that is another big deal, right? The other big question is if I can completely defeat a tribe. I think at the moment my answer is yes, because again from the bronze doors I can respawn as many tribes as I want, right? So the idea they are coming out of the freaking walls, right? So they are, I mean this thing can produce infinite monsters, right? And infinite tribes, right? So the problem is that if he becomes too quick, right, to destroy the source tribe, then all the mechanics goes to hell, right? Like if imagine if the players, right, just go at the front, I mean at the source, right? They go at the source. And as soon as the first Ulbernaut comes out from here and start to settle a village, they are killing him, right? They kill the first guy, and they do it again and again and again, and so basically by cleaning the ancestors, by cleaning the fathers, right? This tribe will never develop, this tribe will never conquer anything, and this tribe will never be a problem, right? There is another big issue that I had, and I was thinking already about this, and I don't know exactly how to solve it, because okay, I can have a tribe that is already developed, right? But it's a bit of a pity, right? So what I would like to see the tribe evolve, and players potentially finding the tribe when it's already at a good evolution stage. A tribe that starts to be annoying, right? And we can invent something. We can invent, I don't know, a mythical artifact, you know, full of weird electricity magic, right? That just kills every player in a certain range, right? And I mean, it is so strong that players cannot really destroy it. And maybe this thing gets deployed, you know, in every new village, so you cannot really destroy it. That could be one way. I don't really like it, but it could be one way. Try to build a sword, go mine, find it occupied, engage and clean it up, build a hut, mine, build your sword. I see it more like this. I see it go mine first, right? Build your sword, or enable one of the cities to create more swords for you, right? Then go and establish a fortification around one of the resources that you want not to be taken, right? And this may give a bonus or a benefit, you know, back to the controlling city, for example. Or it can just you give the bonus that you can use it, right? And then maybe on this side, you know, the tribes start to build fortifications around this other thing, about this other resource. And you may decide, oh, now it's time, you know, to clean it up. Right? And so it becomes a constant tension between players and tribes. I think what I would like to do, though, in terms of choice, is that if the players, instead of engaging directly, they want to give resources to the cities, I think that the cities could be able to actually weaken this by themselves. So if you give to the cities enough resources, right? Yeah, I think this could be the choice, right? The choice could be go and fix it yourself, or give enough resources to the city that are then building armored pterosaurs that are like dropping, you know, giant bombs, you know, giant fireballs on the tribes, and basically they can destroy it themselves, right? So I think that the player could have the choice to actually fix the problem or give money to the cities so that they fix the problem, right? I think that could be a mechanic. That could be a game mechanic. Yeah, but basically this is what I was thinking. Now, how to do it? How to do it is a completely different problem, right? How to do it is a very different problem. Very, very, very different, my friends. Very different, very different. Very, very different. How to do it? Not very easy. Not very easy. Not easy. So at the beginning can also be simpler than that. At the beginning, one second, huh? 1 second. At the beginning can be simpler than that. Okay, I'm back. Ideally, every player archetype can participate and contribute. Yeah, that would be nice, but I mean, yes, if we do it with the cities only, yes. So what I'm thinking is this. You go fix it yourself, fighters. You go supply material gatherers and crafters. Go and gather intelligence, explorers, maybe role players. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think yes. The point is that if we want to do this simpler, right, at the beginning, because I mean, this is like another game, right? So we have to be a bit realistic, right? Again, this is the stream of the crazy ideas, but we have to be a bit realistic of what we can achieve. So if you want to do it simpler at the beginning, it can be just this, right? There are tribes and they have fixed spots on the main resources of the game to build something. A small tent, right? A small tent. If they do it, that resource is disabled. And that is relatively easy to do, right? It's kind of easy. I mean, it's easy, I would say, right? If they build it, it's disabled. The only way for you to actually remove it is to provide materials to the cities. If we do it this way, I think is doable. It's doable in a reasonable time. So this can be like step number 1, right? Step number 1. The only problem of this is that basically is an annoyance and is not a boost, right? Compared to what we have today. So yes, it's something that you can do in the game, but you basically do it to keep your resources, which is kind of annoying, right? So being zero the current game, functionality what I'm saying is that when I release this new thing, imagine that I have it done. These tribes will start to stop certain resources, and so you will not be able to harvest them properly unless you do something, right? And then you go back to zero. So basically, if you do nothing, the game becomes harder. If you do something, the game goes exactly at the level it is today. And this is not very nice. What we need something to do this, right? So to go above the zero. So which may be that if you give more materials or you organize better the cities in a range around the city of X amount of kilometers, right? Because we can do that. We can do that. Around the city in a certain amount of kilometers, I don't know, 1 kilometers around, all the resources are higher quality of 30%. That would be nice. Arcade supply of weapons is limited by how many people complete material quest and forging quest and militias resources, and you can join. Yes, Marcellum, that is pretty much what I'm thinking, excluding the last part, and you can join, because the you can join, I think is a bit hard at the moment. Is a bit hard. I mean, it's the ultimate goal, right? You can also fight and destroy the fortifications yourself, and the step two could be that maybe there is a building that you cannot really remove, but the tribes are adding additional fortifications, and those fortifications you can remove, right? So you can ease the work of the cities to actually regain control of a specific resource. I think if we do it in a range around the city, it kind of makes a lot of sense. I suggest the only way to contribute material to the city the only way is to contribute to the city. Yes, because that goes back to this. Because now I think you are thinking the way I'm thinking. So the city producer, right? The city producer can produce this stuff, but can also produce this, but can also be influenced by this, right? So what we are saying, what you are saying now is exactly what is written here. So that, for example, if you help the city somehow, whatever, you complete a quest, you gain a faction rank, you gain a new title in the city, you help one of the NPC, this value of tools and crafting goes up by 1. I don't know, right? Goes up by 1. And that allows better quality tool, better production speed inside the city. That means that the soldiers that are coming out of the city are produced or faster, or they have better weapons or whatever, right? So the problem is to identify all these inputs. So what does each of these do mechanically to the city production? So to the shining light, to this shining light, right? To this shining light. And I think the more I think about it, and the more I think that is a good idea to have it around a specific city in a radius. Meaning that if we look at the map, right, and our cities likely are already fairly far from each other, and so it works, right? So if I take Ojaveda for a second, it's probably not the best example, but so if I take Ojaveda, right, which is here. So you understand that this is another layer on top of the existing game, right? It's not a substitution to the game, it's an additional layer that stays on top of the existing game. So this is Ojaveda. And we can say that, I mean, it doesn't have to be in a range. What happened? I loaded this level, is not visible. Interesting. Oh no, it is here. So we can select, for example, right? We can select, we can say, okay, this is Ojaveda. And then let's say that this thing is a resource, 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 right? So we can select, we can associate resources to cities all around it, and we can say that if the city can maintain control, right, the city can maintain control over those resources, then those resources are actually available. If not, they are not. And how to maintain control? To maintain control, right? To maintain control, I think it can even be simpler than this, because, you know, instead of having tribes, we can just have number of monster killed in that area. Whatever monster, without tribes, right? It can even be simpler than that. I think tribes is the ultimate goal, but yes, I think we need to define a formula of resource control around the city. I think that's the best idea. It is actually what I was trying to say earlier with the pillars. These are just mechanics to create in output for players. Whatever can be added could be, and count that mechanic. Because the worst would probably be if someone gathers and crafts stuff who wants to turn it in and just find out that the tribe has just been wiped out by a group of fighters 5 minutes earlier. Yeah, but you can use it for the next, right? You can use it for the next event. I mean, that will happen anyway, right? I mean, we will always have monsters that getting killed or resources getting gathered, and you arrive and it is not there, right? But you can just wait a bit and there will be another event, hopefully, right? There will be another event. And you can use those resources Okay, so let me change what I said, right? So it's not like this. It's not like this. It's not that from here you have a pushing force and from here you have a pushing force. Or anyway, it is a bit like that, but visually is not like this, right? Visually is that you have a city, right? You have a city, and no, it's too big. Okay. You have Still too big? No, it's okay. You have a city, and the city has a number of parameters. And the parameters are these ones. And these parameters you can see in a dashboard, right? You can see a panel in the city somewhere that says how much army they have, how much defensive structure they have, how much resource supply they have. I mean, all of this, right? How much siege equipment they have, how much magical equipment. At the beginning is all zero. Oh well, maybe not 0. But anyway, I don't know. At the beginning, I don't know how much it is. But at the beginning is like 0 or whatever, or close to 0. And then if you contribute materials, right, the city start to build this stuff. And so the city has defensive structures, army, right? Siege, whatever, blah blah blah, right? Food needed for someone, I don't know, right? So this allows the control of certain resources, right? Which can be whatever, right? Whatever resources. I don't know, let's say that this is a resource. In reality it's not, but it's the same. So right? Now, they don't have to be in a certain range, because at the beginning I was thinking, oh, let's use a certain range, right? But I don't think it should be that way. I think I think they have to be kind of in the area, but doesn't mean that they have to be exactly at a certain range, right? We can select them. We can select, you know, iron, whatever. Gold, whatever, right? Now the nice thing would be if you could actually build something yourself. That I think would be very nice. If you could build a barricade, right? If you could build this and put it somewhere, right? But that is not very easy for me to do, because putting this somewhere and considering it part of the city defenses is kind of hard to do. I don't know exactly how to do it at the moment, but I think it would be cool, right? If you could build a defense, actually put it near to this location, and this will add up, you know, to the city defenses, maybe with a bonus based on distance. I don't know, something like that. Like if it's very close, right? If it's very close to the actual mine, then it gives a kind of a bonus. But I don't know, then maybe that's a bit too much, right? But that would be nice if you could build something. Or the other way around. Wait, because there would probably be someone to gather stuff. Okay, that you said. And the other way around, if there is a live manifestation of a tribe on the map and gatherers turn in enough stuff to trigger the tribe to be defeated, and just the spawns in front of a group of fighters. So I suggest the pillar of contribution. Yeah, but No, I understand that, but if you have one pillar that is fighting, right? If you have one pillar that is fighting, what you just said will happen anyway, right? Because the fighter will go there and the tribe is already defeated, so you don't solve the problem by adding the pillars, it's just that you make it less frequent, less likely to happen, but the problem stays the same, I think. I think I have to think about. I mean, I think I have to think about this a bit more. But I think what we discussed tonight is not bad. Is not bad. I think the idea of the city owning certain resources or having control over these resources, I think is a good idea. I think the fact that this resource can be disabled or boosted, maybe disable is too much. What if we instead of disabling the resource, which seems to be really a lot, what if we just give it a boost up or down? Like you get better quality iron or worse iron, right? So you get better or worse materials. Now people may say, who cares, because I get better materials, but I am okay with the shitty ones. I still can make my sword, right? But I don't know. You can if it's the pillar contribution with the dashboard, as you said. So if the gather turns in stuff, the triggers will respond more fight round. Yeah, I understand. Yes, that is one way, right? The one that I had before. So to say you are not really fighting the tribe, you are just providing enough material or enough prosperity. Let's say that this could be like a prosperity, thing, a prosperity value that is built of all those pieces, right? All those 6 pieces that you're saying, right? So there is like a prosperity of the city that is how many people completed quests there in the last 5 weeks, how many people brought resources, how many people killed monsters, how many people, right? So this is like the prosperity or activity, right? Or activity of the city. So how active or how prosper is the city, and that allows. This is what I don't know yet, right? What does that allow? Because I think this part to me is very clear now. This part is very clear. So we have stuff that the city can build based on player actions, right? Let's assume that is done, right? So we have player actions that are increasing the city producer, right? That are improving the city producer. So the city producer is producing better, is producing armies, blah, blah, blah. But then I don't know yet what happens. What happens if the city is working very well? What happens? So we say, oh, we boost some resources, but the player can say, I don't care, right? I don't care if you boost a bit my iron thingy. So I don't do any of this. I fuck the city, right? Fuck the city. The city can die. I just have my iron at low level. It's okay. I just farm it a bit more, and I will never do this. So this is the problem, right? So we need to find a carrot that is big enough. We need to find a carrot for the player that is interesting enough. So at the moment, we are missing completely the carrot. I don't know what is the carrot. Because there is the stick, right? There is the stick. But what is the carrot? In my original idea, the carrot was survival. Basically, the fact that the tribes would not conquer the whole land, and basically you are not able to function anymore because you cannot harvest, you cannot craft, you cannot do shit because these freaking tribes conquer the whole land. But now that I think more about it, it's a bit of a negative, right? It's a negative thing. So like you are fighting to get the game back to a normal level, while in theory should be the opposite. Should be that you are fighting to make the game better, right? To make your game experience better. So like you defeat a boss to get a better weapon, right? You explore a land to find a treasure. Right? So it's always should always be an incentive, while if we do it this way, that the tribes are like conquering the land is the opposite. So you are fighting for survival, which, I mean, okay, could be a thing, but maybe is too annoying. You might go to a particular city for special gems, Gizmo's word. So you are saying that the city, if the city controls a number of resources for a certain amount of time, then the city merchants will be able to produce items that normally they don't produce, that are stronger items. This is what you're saying? It's not a bad idea. I mean, it's a bit hard to explain in game so that people understand it, but it can be a table, right? It can be a table with a prosperity, right? It can be a table with a prosperity level, and you can say prosperity level 10 equal to, you know, golden hammer, right? Golden hammers produced. Prosperity level 50, right? Magical hammer of destruction, right? Prosperity 100, right? I don't know, helm of total power. I understand. Yeah, we could have something like that, so that basically the city is able to produce items that usually they don't. My only problem is the repeatability, because, okay, let's assume that we do that. And let's assume that then the players in the game reach the highest level, right? Reach 100. And they buy the Helm of Power, that is the best item in the game, or anyway, it's a very strong item. After that, they don't care anymore about this city completely. So after they did it once, they will never do it again. And so basically we are building a feature that is used only once. And then they will say, oh, screw Ojaveda, because we did everything. Let's move to another city, because maybe it's a different item. But then I finish the cities. Right? Maybe, wait. You might do a particular, basically the equivalent of someone role-playing a farm and having 1 million of gold. Wait, I missed something else above. The output is extremely hard. It goes back to whatever someone on YouTube earlier creating a cart also drain resources. Yeah, that is anyway something that we need, but that's another problem. Maybe a tax system, and the incentive would be for higher player to keep tax low and accumulate more materials. Hey, something like that, but a tax system is a negative is a negative incentive, right? I thought about taxes for a long time, but I think that taxes are again a negative feeling. I don't want negative feelings. I want positive feelings, right? I don't want people to grind to pay taxes. I want people to grind to get a shiny weapon. And so taxes is a bad name. So I mean, taxes is a bad mechanic. Yes, unique item that only the city creates and only a certain prosperity state. I think it is really good, but mostly affect crafted traders and not fighters. Why? I mean, the weapon. If it's a weapon, the fighters will want this, no? If it's the magical hammer of destruction, the fighters will want it. Or you are saying that the prosperity doesn't? No, because the prosperity can be boosted not only by materials but also by monster skills in the area. So the prosperity can be number of quests done, monsters killed, land explored, the faction points, whatever. We can invent whatever we can be anything. Crafted items, spell researched. I don't know. Maybe it could be something that again affects all the players. Specialization over time. In one city is good wizard, the other iron, the other. Yeah, I mean, yes, we can have. We can have specialization between cities. That I think is anyway a good idea. Yes, I was thinking to that, and but the problem is how to make it repeatable. Because here in the previous idea, right? This idea, in the previous idea, this is repeatable because this thing will produce infinite monsters, right? So the amount of shit that comes out of this door is infinite, and the amount of soap for the shit. And the amount of soap that comes out of water that comes out of the city is also infinite, right? So this becomes a constant battle, right? This goes on and on and on forever. And I think if it's interesting enough, that they are taking certain resources and you unlock certain resources, and they build villages and you destroy villages, and they build somewhere else and you destroy something else, right? I think it becomes very dynamic. If there are enough elements on the maps and you discover them as you go, I think it may become very, very dynamic and pretty much infinite. The battle can be infinite, while here, right? While here, okay, the carrot is this, but when you have this, it's done. And so, and I don't want this to be done. So I think that the benefit cannot be an item. The benefit should be a bonus of some kind. Like we said, like, I don't know, all mines are boosted for a certain amount of time, I don't know, and so that you have to do it again, right? Or you have to continuously do it if you want that boost, if you want that particular boost. So maybe it can be a blessing, or can be the presence of a merchant in the city. Maybe the city is very prosper, and so certain merchants start to appear in the city, and they have better prices on something. I don't know. Certain trainers, and you can train. I don't know. It should be something that is like fluid, right? That is always there and is always needed. The biggest challenge in MMO is to create money sinks without making a player feel bad. Yeah, exactly. So it should not be taxes, but it should be a new pet, right? You have a new pet that is costing 2 million coins, right? I mean, you can do it if you are a big company, right? If you are a big company, you can create a new pet every day and sell it. I mean, in our case, we cannot. I sent you a wall of text. Okay, let's see that. Cosmetic item and customization, skin, outfit, hairstyles, convenient quality life features, faster travel tokens. I mean, fast travel tokens is a permanent one, right? Because you can say if the city is prosper enough, this city is providing free travel, right, to any other city. But you know, it's very weak. It's very weak because I have to do all this freaking prosperity thing. You know, I have to do all of this just to get a bit of a better travel possibility. I mean, I'm doing all this mess about creating defensive structures, army, siege, food, magic, only to get a bit of a better travel. I mean, that's really not reasonable, right? It's not reasonable. But the other stuff, sorry, is not really match. I mean, the other stuff is more of a money sink, right? But it's not it's not solving our problem. I'm searching the carrot of this system. And for example, okay, so it can be used as inspiration. Yeah. For example, fast travel, right? Fast travel is kind of interesting, but I mean, if I want to do it very, very harshly, I mean, very badly, is again mines that are completely blocked so that you cannot mine, right? So that's a strong carrot, right? But it's also a negative one. But there's a strong incentive, right? Because say, oh, if I completely remove you a mine, or if I completely lock a region of the world, right? So let's assume that this is the world map, right? This is the world map, right? And we say, oh, by the way, whatever, these are the different areas, right? And we say, oh, if the city Ojaveda, right, which is here, is not prosper enough, you cannot enter into whatever, into this territory, right? This territory is completely blocked. So until you make this city shine, all players are unable to enter that area. That's a strong incentive, right? Because you're basically removing a whole part of the game, right? And maybe we can do it with the stone labyrinths. So we may say, I just had an idea. But I don't know if it's a good idea or a bad idea. The idea is just to use something that we have in the game. The idea would be what? The idea would be if the cities prosper enough, we enable a new generated dungeon. What about that? What about that? It's not bad, huh? So basically this prosperity is able to generate enough excitement in the wizards of this particular city to actually use their magic power. I mean, I can invent a roleplay reason for it, right? We will invent a roleplay reason for it, but basically the prosperity allows everyone to, but the problem is that then I need to change completely this and make it magic only, right? Because this will not be the army, the soldiers, the pterosaurs, the wizards. It will be nothing of this. It will just be magical equipment. It's basically what? It's basically all three resource sink, decay, and carrot, but blocking a mine in an incentive is only relevant to gatherer and crafter, I guess. Yeah, obviously. I mean, if you are only role playing, I mean, this world system doesn't touch you, right? You can role play even if the world is going to shit. But yeah. What if you can get really nice temporary buffs like super movement speed or 5 rounds in magic? Yeah, some buffs. I think buffs is not a bad idea. But you know, again, buffs should be useful for something. But yeah, I think buffs is not a bad idea. The problem is, how do you use then the buff for? I don't know, for other game functions. But yeah, it may give you some buffs. Why not? Like everyone has 10 more in magic skills or war skills or whatever, or mining buffs and more looting, so we destroy our economy even more. So people are even more millionaires than whatever they are already today. But yeah, I think some buffs is not a bad idea. If every player is expected to have dungeon as their motivational gameplay, then yes. I know. But at the moment we are not using this system enough, right? We are not using this system enough. And also there is no mechanic to generate a new dungeon, right? So for example, you know, at prosperity 10, right? Prosperity 10, maybe it's one dungeon, you know, it's one small dungeon, right? At prosperity whatever 20 is a medium dungeon. As prosperity 1000 is a 200 rooms dungeon, you know. So maybe players will say, oh, we never did a 200 rooms dungeon, let's do it. And maybe a guild of people, you know, like 20 people, like grinds for 1 week, you know, just to get to that point, and they generate a 200 rooms dungeon, right? and they have fun doing that. I don't know. And this we can do. I mean, this we can do right now, right? I mean, this is something that I don't have to spend like 2 years developing, right? Personally, I find the current dungeon boring because I found people camping chests and also loot is not really appealing. Yeah. Well, but that can be improved, right? That can be improved. We can have better loot and resolve the camping thing. The camping thing can be resolved very easily with the chest not respawning if someone is in a certain range. I didn't do it because I didn't have the time to do it, but my original idea was already like that, so that if someone is inside a dungeon, the main chest does not respawn. So you actually have to exit, and exiting means that you have to then, you know, pretty much re-unlock all the doors, move all the traps, kill all the monster again. So you're basically redoing the whole dungeon. That is kind of an easy change. I don't know, because yeah, I understand what you're saying, Dotted Fish, but I think that anyway, if you find a board in the city somewhere, and there are some quests that brings you to this board, and you see that you can contribute materials, and there is a result being buffs or being something in the city, right? Maybe people will do it anyway, you know? I mean, it's just another thing to do in the game. It doesn't mean that it's the ultimate carrot, but it's anyway something that, you know, people can say, ah, interesting, I can use my crafting for this, right? I don't know. I think the ultimate goal would be this, but this is very complex to build. So the constant tension between tribes and cities, resources, players, tribes, and maybe to have the extension in the stone labyrinths in terms of exploration, so that you may find, I would not say the end game, right? Maybe not the end of the game, but anyway, you would be able to explore beyond what you normally explore, right? So we may say, if the cities, right, if the cities do not have enough prosperity, you cannot unlock certain areas, right? While if the cities have a certain prosperity, you can proceed beyond the current world, right? Which is pretty much what the dungeon idea is doing, right? It's the same concept, right? So that you unlock an area that otherwise you would not unlock. Now, you know as a player, not as a character, but as a player, that that's a generated dungeon, right? But in theory, your character do not know that. So roleplay wise, there is a new area somewhere right now. It would be nice if also for the player, this would be a real advancement, right, in the exploration of the game. I know that would be very nice, but this means that I have to build like permanent new maps that you can unlock only with this new system. I mean, we can, right? We can, but it's definitely harder, because remember that the problem of our game is that the development team is pretty much me and someone else sometimes helping, but we cannot generate infinite content, right? Like World of Warcraft can do, right? Because if we could generate infinite content, because we have like 1,000 people working on it, then yeah, then that would be much easier. Because I could say, oh, you know what? We set right now 15 different prosperity levels, right? And that is going to happen, from my prediction, in, I don't know, May 25, pretty much. This will be December 25. This will be, I don't know, January 26, right? Roughly, as an idea, based on the number of players that we have, based on how much materials they can contribute. And I could say, yeah, let's build a system with predefined unlocks, right? It becomes like a Kickstarter unlock, right? The more you pay, the more you unlock. Will be pretty much like this. And if I have like 10, 15 areas, right, already built that I can just unlock, I will do it this way. So it will be like an expansion of the game, right? Expansion will be city prosperity expansion. And I could, but I mean, I need to think something that we can do, right? Not something that is impossible. So if you ask me, do you know how to do it right? Yeah, I know how to do it right, but not with our team. This is why, you know, even unlocking a generated dungeon may be enough, and then we can change it later on, right? I mean, we can build a prosperity system, which is already kind of a task in itself, right? So we can build a dashboard somewhere in the city that you can look at, and you can have a prosperity parameters, and you can have what the city can produce, and then at the moment we can attach it to a generated dungeon, for example. And then tomorrow, after we have that completely done, we remove the generated dungeon and maybe we add something else, right? So it is always possible. We are not designing a final game, right? We are always adding pieces here and there as we want, because designing a final game for us is impossible. I mean, it's not doable. Nothing is final here. Yeah, but I think it was a good discussion. I really liked it. I think that we have a lot of ideas. I don't know which one. I mean, I think at the end the question is, do we want to start building this with a question mark here? Or not. So do we want to start to build a prosperity system where everyone can contribute materials and such, and by city, and so certain cities are more prosper than others, and they have an indicator for that, and then we define, you know, what will be the carrot, what will be the buff, right? We can do that. Maybe then the system needs to be looked at from the view, this is the end game for those who have explored and quested already, because if something is just passing by, they likely not spend time resources to unlock it and just walk. Oh yes, I read that already. I mean, to me, it's always another piece, right? Like fishing, you know, maybe, I don't know, I spend a lot of time on fishing. Maybe someone doesn't care about fishing and would never use it. But it's just another piece, right? It's just another piece of the game. You may use it, you may not use it. And this one as well. I think this one can be used or not. But I think it would be nice if it's somehow connected to the expansion of the game, to the main plot. No, I think that to the main plot, no, because I think that the main plot, pretty much you can play it single player. When we will have it fully developed, right, you will be able to play the game single player if you want. I mean, it will be a bit weird to play Plane Shift single player, but I think it sometimes is already happening, right? Maybe you are in the game, there is no one else you are interacting with, so. There is another system to give you guys something to do in the game. It doesn't want to be the ultimate game functionality, right? It doesn't want to be the main system. It just wants to be another system, like fishing. This one is another fishing, pretty much. It doesn't want to be the game. The carrots will be super important, but it's something I'd have to sleep over. It's not easy to figure them out on the spot, but I agree it needs to be doable. To add them, they need to be repeatable, and they should break the economy more. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They should be repeatable somehow, because I think that... I mean, we can have the prosperity go down regularly, right? So the prosperity index will go down regularly based on, I don't know, just passing of time, or maybe would be nice if again the tribes come in and they lower the prosperity somehow, right? That would be nice, but it's not very easy to do. And yes, repeatable and to have some kind of buffs. I mean, the buffs are kind of easy. If I have to give, like, I don't know, ability to fly once a day, right? It's not very hard to do. I mean, it's fairly easy to do. We fly already. Or if I have to give, like, a blessing that gives you 10% speed, right? Kind of easy. Or a blessing that gives you 200 mana more, right? Or reduce the consumption of mana by 10%. I mean, all of that is kind of easy. I mean, the prosperity, right? The prosperity could create buildings in the city that then you use for those buffs, right? So maybe the prosperity means that at a certain level of prosperity, you have a new wonder, right? In the city, you know, the civilization wonders. Civilization wonders. I played quite a bit of Civilization, by the way. So, like the Alhambra, right? So I don't know, so in Civilization there are certain buildings that are like special buildings that are built in a city or in a continent for the pure amusement of the people of that region, plus bonuses, right? Plus bonuses. So we may say that, oh, if the city has that level of prosperity, right, a new building shows up. Now it's a bit Civilization, but I mean, it's a bit weird that the building appears and disappears, right? So that maybe, I don't know. But, or another thing that would be very nice, if we screw all this prosperity system in a second, right, and we just delete it, would be nice if people can contribute to the city prosperity to actually build something in the city. So that they provide materials so that in the city there is a new building that does something, right? But then when you have it, it's done forever. Because I mean, I cannot really destroy it. I mean, how do I How do I destroy it, right? This is why I was liking the idea of the outpost, because the tribes can destroy your outpost. So if I say that the city prosperity is producing stuff that you can actually build next to the, or anyway, on the map or next to the resources, then the tribes will be able to destroy that stuff. And so it becomes a constant battle. If it's a constant battle, it becomes an infinite game. It's like every time you are playing a mini game in that area, right? And then you play another mini game in this area, another mini game in this area, and then the tribes arrive here, and you have to play another mini game in this area, and then, right? So if we do it with players creating, tribes destroying, that's an infinite loop, and an infinite loop is very good. In the case of amusement plus buff, you don't need to add or remove buildings. You could just lock the doors and place a guard in front and say the city currently closed. Yeah, so we can open a door that is closed today. But yes, but then when it's open forever. When it's open forever. And then it's not infinite, you know? Is not infinite. But I think we need anyway this concept of accumulating resources, because for example, you know, we can do the same with special things. So let's say that I create a magical bracer, right? I create a magical bracer. Well, I have it already. I create a magical bracer that appears randomly in the land, right? Completely randomly. No, brazier then. Brazier, yeah. So this magical thing, right? This magical thing with a flame on top appears randomly in the land, right? And this thing requires a particular material, I don't know, to be, yeah, maybe it's not lit, right? It's not lit, but it requires a particular material to be lit, right? And so the players can go there, bring the materials, and activate it, right? And when it's activated, I don't know, something happens. Can be again a blessing, can be, right? So this would be another way to generate interest in the players of something that where they have to gather materials or gather stuff and bring it here, right? So this would be the distinct prosperity, not the city prosperity. This would be the single event prosperity, right? So what I'm saying is that I think I need anyway a system in PlaneShift that allows me to collect materials of any kind, and when a certain amount is reached, something happens. We don't have this system at the moment, right? We don't have. The only thing that we have an NPC that can ask you, can you give me 4 apples, or can you give me 10 ore, and then it's giving you something back, right? But it's not an accumulation. It's not something that you can accumulate. It is a one-time transaction with the NPC. You give him 10 ore, he's giving you back a sword, right? While what we need is a system where multiple players can contribute their piece, so that maybe, you know, this brazier stays there 1 month of real life time, and sometimes one player is putting, you know, 10 magical stones in it, another player is putting another 5, another is putting 1, another is putting 0, but then at a certain point, the last one managed to activate it, right? And I think that's nice. So like a crowdfunding, right? So like people, they can contribute to a common goal without time pressure. No, it's not open forever. It can be closed again. We said you can support it, help us. We like the fund to sustain this facility, and due to the expensive wartime, our power effort is building will be reopened. Yes, we can do that. Yes, it can be something like that. So it can be like a service in the city. Like, for example, I can take the current pterosaur travelers, right? And they can say, oh, we are closed unless, you know, someone is providing X amount of food for the pterosaurs, right? Or until someone is providing 10,000 gold to buy a new pterosaur because it died. The only problem is that the fun, I mean, a game I think is fun when you have choices to make, right? And if it's pure accumulation, I don't think that pure accumulation is very fun, right? That is why the prosperity is a bit like accumulation only, right? And it may not be that fun, while the original idea that is way more complex to build was to say, you as a player may decide to allocate materials to defensive structures, or to soldiers, or to siege, or to magical equipment, and so is a choice that you make. And based on this choice, the game will work differently. That sounds like taxing and even extortion. Yeah, because it's a negative incentive, and I don't think we need negative incentives. That is exactly. So game mechanics that are punishing are usually not very well received, right? Because again, you want to explore to gain a treasure. You don't want to grind to be able to explore, right? I honestly think always giving is almost impossible. There, maybe there could be a baseline and temporal expansion of those baselines. What do you mean by there could be baselines and temporal expansion of those baselines? I don't understand what it means. Reputation. We should have a reputation if you just stand and buy and look at how the city goes to ruins. I think reputation is a good example, because if you want to ruin reputation in a positive way, you introduce factions, right? So that if you do a quest for one faction that is opposed to another faction, then you ruin your reputation with the other faction. But you did a quest, so it's still a positive incentive, right? So you are eroding one of your stats, which is reputation with faction A, but in reality you do it by a positive incentive in faction B. So let's say guards versus thieves, right? So you are helping the guards and the thieves don't like you much anymore. So you're actually eroding and giving a negative delta, but the player is still doing something positive, or anyway, is doing something, right? I think the mechanism of eroding by passing of time is a bit toxic, and if possible, I would like to avoid it. So for example, guild houses is a good example, right? We said, oh, let's introduce a tax. Let's introduce a tax to maintain your guild house, so that people spend money regularly to keep the guild house, right? But again, that's a negative effect. So what I would like to do maybe is that in the guild house, you have certain services, additional services that you can pay for. And you can say, oh, if I pay, I don't know, 10,000 gold, I get an instant magical healing fountain inside a guild house, right? And so, yeah, you want to pay 10,000 to have the magic guild, the magic fountain, you know, with rainbow water that is healing you. And so you pay for that. There may be that one is time limited, like maybe that one lasts only 10 hours, right? But at least is a boost. So again, is the zero, I don't know if we still have the zero line, but the point is that there is a zero line somewhere, right? And there is your zero line, and whatever you do, I think should be above the zero line. I mean, forcing the player to go down the pit, right? And they say, sorry, now your game is completely screwed. So you have to work like 10 days of grind to reach your level 0. I think is toxic. I think it's too hard. I think it's annoying. And at that point, I prefer to have all billionaires in the game than do that. Yeah, paid once or sustain the fountain. Exactly. So is different. In theory, it's the same, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It depends where your zero line is, right? If your zero line is you get the fountain for free, and then you have to maintain it, otherwise it disappears. That's the negative mechanic. While if the zero is that you have a guild house without the fountain, and you have 10 different services that you can buy sometimes as a boost, that's a positive mechanic, right? I mean, it's a subtle difference, right? Because in reality it's the same. If you buy it every week, you know, if you always want your fountain, right, at the end is like maintaining it. Like if you continuously want your fountain, then you have to maintain it, and it is the same. But in reality, you make the fountain a non-mandatory item, or not something that you really need to operate the game. Is a bonus, right? Like is a speed bonus. And so you buy it only sometimes. It's like eating a chocolate sometimes, right? It's not that you need chocolate to survive, and if you don't eat it, you die, right? But you want to pay it once. Also, you get what? Do you gain it from a city prosperity event? And if you don't help the city, you also get to keep it, or does the magic fade away? No, I think there would be like a boost. But the importance, I think, in that case is to have variety of choice. So that again there must be a player choice, because the fun is when you are in control of your destiny in games, right? If the game is like a movie, you don't have fun. At least I don't have fun. But unless the movie is really fantastic, but it's a video game, it's not a movie, right? So you need to have some choice. And so maybe you can say, oh, at a certain prosperity level, right, you can choose between 10 different buffs, and maybe there is even a voting session between the players, right? So everyone that contributed, they have a vote based on their contribution, right? So let's say that Dotted Fish added 1%, right, of the materials, and Marcellum added 3% of the material, and me, I added like 0.1% of the material, right? And somehow, thanks to someone else, you know, thanks to the grinder, we added is the remaining 96 whatever percent, right? Hello, who joined? Hello, the Destroyer. Thank you for the follow. And you added and so yeah, right. So these 4 people can vote for what to get at the end of the prosperity, when the prosperity level is reached, maybe, right? Maybe, but in this case, the grinder will always win. Well, because there is for low number of people, right? So, but imagine that there is way more 1%, 2%, right, 3%, right? Then everyone. So then is the sum. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if one did 96%, he will decide. It's a bit sad, but he will decide, right? He will decide what to get. So that could be another way. So if we have a prosperity to choose a bonus, I think it's not bad. And maybe one bonus can be a new dungeon, huh? On the bonus can be something else. I think if the buffs are by city, because remember that we have a number of cities, and we will have more and more, right? We will have more and more cities. So if you think to the map, and to the different cities, and you say, you know, and people contribute to the prosperity of those cities, and they create buffs that actually are useful, maybe to defeat bosses in that area or dungeons in that area. I think it start to make sense, right? It start to make sense. I mean, or we make the Alliance and the Horde, you know, or we make like 2 factions between players fighting each other, and so that's an easy way to make the game infinite, right? So if you put two group of players against each other, right, then you make the game infinite. And so a group of players, or maybe a guild, right? A guild may own a city temporarily, depending on how much they contribute to their prosperity, right? So you may say a player guild may gain control of a city. A guild may gain control of a city if they are the biggest contributor to the prosperity of the city for a certain period of time. That can be, I don't know, 1 month, 2 months in real life. I mean, it should be a substantial time frame, otherwise it cannot be 1 day, right? So let's see, 1 month, 2 months. So they hold that city. And can another guild gain control of that city? Well, a PvP area with nice resources in the middle. Just begun is written wrong. There is a E instead of an I. Do we have enough guild to begin with? Probably not, but I don't think we should design the game based on the current number of players. I think we should design the game based on a good number of players. So let's assume that we have, I mean, when the game is good enough, you know, maybe we will have enough players. I think we should not design it based on small player base. I mean, we should not design it for 10,000 players, but I think that for 2 guilds, yes, we can design it for 2 guilds. 2 guilds of 10 people, we can. I think the idea of a guild owning a city for a certain period of time, and the city gets their symbol on the banners is kind of fun. I think I kind of like it quite a bit. What is the name of the guard? What is the name of the guard in front of Oja? I don't remember. We can go Brado and then go out. There is another good idea that I have to think about it a bit more. There is another good idea, I think. We still need the carrot. We still need the carrot there. So when you have the city, then what it means, right?
And his work has just begun.
Yes, I agree. Need to log. What is the name of this girl? Ah, Burral. And Pina yet. So imagine that, you know, when the city is yours, right? When the city is yours, your guild symbol is here. Right? A guild owned city sounds good. I think it's, I mean, I think it should be, I mean, role play wise, it cannot be really a city owned, but it can be a city that is the favor, so a guild that is the favor of that city. Right? A guild that is the favor of that city. And so in that city, right, the guild is having benefits. I don't know which kind of benefits, but benefits. It could be lower prices to buy stuff, or I don't know, free travels to that city. Or, I don't know. Yeah, maybe free, I mean, free travel to that city will be the easiest, right? I mean, it's not much, but let's say if you own, this city, right? What? Let's say if you own this city, you can travel from here to here for free, from here to here for free, from here to here for free, but you cannot travel from here to here, right? For free. You cannot.
Just do it!
Just do it! Exactly. Just do it! I think there's another interesting idea of the prosperity collector, right? That we make guilds. Yeah, we make a I think I don't know if I want to say guild or group of players, but I think guild is the best. Because this will boost a bit people staying in a guild. Now, it's true that maybe there is a guild with 50 people, and then there are all the other guilds only have 2 or 3, so that would be a problem. But anyway, there are people that are logged in plane shift like 10 hours a day, so maybe that guy is a single guy is beating everyone, right? Sounds good if other player can kind of destroy it or recover it. Yeah, I don't think that the guild can really own one of our city roleplay wise, right? Because these cities are bigger than a player base somehow. And there is already a hierarchical structure of guards and whatever. So, and there is a vigesimi, there is a, you know, a owner of the city, whatever. But maybe again, it can be that the city is gaining favor, and the favor is provided by the prosperity, right? So, I mean, now we are building something completely different, right? but I think it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I mean, it's a completely different idea where I started from, right? But I think it's not a bad idea. I mean, the way to regain the city is to have a higher prosperity, higher ranking in the city. Veterans would wipe the floor with newcomers. Well, newcomers can just join a guild. I mean, if you do it with a guild, right? I think veterans of our game are spread over multiple guilds because most of them just founded a guild, right? So I think it's fairly balanced. And a newcomer can just join an existing guild, right? So but this means, right, that there is no prosperity, right? I mean, this is a completely different concept, right? There is a completely different concept. So the city has a guild ranking. The city has a guild ranking. And the guild ranking is doing what? And the ranking so let's say that I have this ranking. Now the problem is that and the ranking is given by the prosperity, right? So it's the same as the prosperity, but it's just by guild. So if you provide materials, right? If you provide money, oh my god, we found our definitive money sink. Owning a city. We found the ultimate money sink. You can also put money into this. So someone can put like 30 millions of coins just to own it, you know? And it's done. It is done. Everyone is poor the next day. Everyone is poor the next day because it lasts like 1 month or 2 months. So it's basically an auction. It's basically an auction between players. I mean, it is a constant, is a permanent auction between players. Ah, that's fantastic. That's solving all my problems. This is solving all my problems. All my economy problems in 1 second. Now the only point is that the carrot needs to be good enough. Because if the carrot is not good enough, people will put 3 coins into that, and another guy will put 4, and another will put 7, and then it will say, okay, it's too much. For that carrot, I will never have it. The prosperity, huh? But I think they can be linked. I think they can be linked, right? They can be linked. So because on one side is the guild ranking, but on the other side is the city that is the most wanted by the guilds, right? Which reflects the prosperity. So if you have, 3 guilds that are fighting for Ojaveda, but no one is fighting for Amnedair, right? Means that Amnedair will receive less resources, less money, less everything, and so the city will have less prosperity, right? And the city that has more prosperity can still have the buffs. But maybe the buffs are applicable only to the guilds that owns it. The Master Evil Plan. Is there an icon for the Master Evil Plan? Master Evil Plan. Images. This one is pretty good, actually. This one is actually pretty good as a Master Evil Plan. Also, this one is not bad. Also, this one is not bad at all. The buffs, huh? The buffs are available only for that guild. And the buffs are different between cities. Right? So you may be interested in a city, but you may not be interested in another city. Because the buffs are different. Yes. But then to completely fuck up my master plan, 4 cities, 4 guilds just decide to do a cartel. You know what a cartel is? Cartel on the market. No. Anyway, they decide to fuck the system, and they say they speak to each other, and they say, okay, no problem. You put one coin here. You put 1 coin here. You put 1 coin here. You put 1 coin here. And we will never challenge. So with 4 coins in total, they get all the cities. No! Is the no website still there or no? No.com doesn't exist anymore. Ah, it exists. It's different though. No, my master plan was just destroyed in a second. Okay, if this happens, then I am allowed to create a Talad's guild. And I will put 2 coins. No, I cannot do it because I'm not playing the game. I think we can use these 2 ideas together. So I think I like the idea of a guild owning somehow a city, or anyway being favorable, the most favorable guild in the city, getting buffs on that city, but also that city somehow affects the tribes. But maybe that's a future step. Maybe that's a future step. I don't know if people would do it. I'm just thinking. I mean, depends on the carrot, obviously. Depends on the carrot. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a player and say, oh, I can own a city. I can get this favor from the city. What do? I put my symbol, I put my guild symbol in the city entrance. Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, if I think I have my guild, if I think I have my guild symbol here, I think just that is very nice. I like that. If I can have the guards of the city have the symbol of my guild on their shields, that would be fantastic. That would really be nice. What am I allowed to do in the city? Oh my god, the ultimate idea. I get 10% of all the trading. No, but then they become millionaires again. What if the owning guild is getting 10% of all the stuff that is sold? I mean, with many players that becomes insane. That becomes like infinite money. With few players, no. With few players is nothing. But with many players, it becomes infinite money. But that is like starting plans for world domination, right? Because maybe a guild want to dominate all the cities. A guild can say, oh, if I can get all the cities, I get 100%, I get 10%, you know, of all the transactions in the whole game. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, that's a very big carrot. 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 Another big carrot could be to temporarily own one of the buildings, right? I mean, not the tavern, but I mean an important building. I don't know which build. I mean, here, like, it could be the palace in the middle. Why there is a chicken here? Where are you coming from, my friend? You're coming from very far away, huh? You're running away. Okay. Like this building, for example, right? Like if this building has like the guild flag. They start to be interesting, huh? But can you also use the building? Also, one more thing about the carrots in above comment, is there a balance of role play versus power play that needs to be considered? No, I don't think so. I mean, usually, you know, role players role play and power players power play, so I don't think there is an overlap. I think that they don't care about each other too much. I mean, it's annoying when you have a power player and you are trying to play your game, right? And you see that he's like 10 times your skills, but you just do other activities. I mean, if you obviously in fighting or killing bosses, but it is usually where guilds can help, right? Because if you are in a guild, you can have a mix maybe, and I don't think it's a problem. Hello, Resildren. Perhaps they could have the ability to rent some of the smaller units. But how do you roleplay being anything of value if a random guild of botters just buys out the city and even benefits from everything traded after? Well, that at least we will have more players, you know? That's definitely a problem, but it will solve another problem. That we will have more players. But no, if they are botters, they're getting kicked out of the game and banned, so. Botters have no life in our game. Because anyway, we see them and we just ban them, so. The ability to rent some smaller units. Yeah, you rent, but then what do you do with the rented? I mean, it should be a benefit to you as a player. I mean, okay, there is also the being proud of owning a piece, but what is the benefit to you as a player? Like faster travel. Well, for example, certain cities may have certain dungeons. They can be dungeons. They can be dungeons that are in each city, and these dungeons can be accessible only to the guild that is owning the city. Oh my god, that's a bit too much. That's a bit too far maybe, but because you are preventing content to other people. That's a bit tough. Right? Like if you prevent access to other people because you own the city. I mean, it's a generated dungeon. It's not the end of the world, but I have seen human botters. I know. Well, I don't know. In that case, if it happens, we will limit somehow, right? We will limit somehow. But yes, I played MMO where obviously the grinder guild was in PvP. There was no chance, right? There was no chance, zero chance. You couldn't even start the fight, right? Against the top 3 ranked guilds of the server. It was impossible. Like they were having like apart that the guild was like 70 people solid at every event, right? So at every event they were like full guild, while maybe in my guild we were like 30, sometimes 20, sometimes 25, and so it was already impossible just by the numbers. But plus they had all the latest expansion, all the latest, dungeon gear, and so they were like 3 times more powerful, and so it was basically no PvP, right? Yeah, that's annoying, but I don't think that that's a solvable problem. It's not easy to solve, because anyway, MMOs are made of resources, right? In general, and resources equal time, and if you put more time, you have more resources. So it's I mean, you can build a bigger guild, right? So you can isolate the guy that is like harvesting like a boss, and build a guild of 100 people that are harvesting just 1 hour a month, and maybe you win. But well, 1 hour a week, But yeah, I don't know. I think these ideas are good ideas. I don't know if they are really in the spirit of our game, so I need to think a bit about it. I don't know if they are really in the spirit of Plane Shift, but because I see Plane Shift more as a PvE than a PvP, right? And this guild fight for a city sounds a bit PvP to me, even if it's not PvP because we're not fighting, but it is a bit player versus player, right? And I don't know if I really like it. In Star Citizen, the business unit costs you extremely big military ship stations. Oh, Star Citizen, huh? The one with the DLC of 52,000 euro. That one. I think the end game should drain money, not make you money. Yeah, but if it's a cosmetic thing, right? I mean, if we make the buffs cosmetic enough, right? Like, for example, the guild symbol on the main buildings. I mean, if for example, if it's only this, if it's only the symbol in the city, so it's just a cosmetic, I think is a pure money sink. You can just buy a ship for $40 and you're good. You don't know the 52,000 euro Star Citizen DLC? This is what you're telling me? The Legion the Legatus, yeah, exactly. The Legatus 2953 pack. You don't know this? Strange. Can I buy it still or not? Is a DLC that costs $48,000. $48,000 for one DLC, my boy. Insane. No, okay, you don't need it, yes. You don't need it. I don't like too much Star Citizen. I mean, I think it's a scam game. I mean, I don't know. If you read the whole story from the beginning and the amount of money that they have crowdfunded through the years is ridiculous. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, with that money, with that amount of money, you could have made, you know, 10 of those games. And they did not make one. So I don't know, I don't have a very positive vibes versus Star Citizen. Also, the few times that I played it during the free flights, I was not even able to go beyond the first area because the freaking burrito, it was impossible to eat the burrito because there was a bug, and the tutorial asked you to eat one. So I remember the burrito nightmare. But anyway, I think it improved lately, but is ridiculous. The amount of money is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I think that's all for today. I think that we had a lot of reasoning. I need to think if I really need to think. You are a big Sim and CSP player, and said there is no other game even coming close. EVE Online. Do you play EVE Online? EVE Online is not bad. You have to be in a guild to actually enjoy it, I guess, but okay, guys, we need to I will think more about this. Okay, so today you cannot even fly a ship. What do you mean you cannot fly a ship? In terms of navigation? Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, so we need to think more about this, right? So if you have ideas, please let me know. I will think as well. What I see, and I think that what we can build, we can build a prosperity system which is basically one building, right? One building per city, or one NPC per city. But I think one building could be interesting, right? One building per city. Like, for example, this one for this city, where you click on it, right? You click on the building and you inspect the prosperity thing, and you can donate materials for your guild or for yourself if you are not in a guild, right? In theory, you could even do it single player, right? I don't know if it should be an NPC. Can I buy the city? Most items and services can be purchased from merchants. Yeah, but I wanted to buy the whole city. Which merchant is selling this city? No, it doesn't understand that. Yeah, I'll think about the carrots, but mine will be likely less. There is another new way to get even richer because I think it's like an infinite loop of power creep, like we have seen in WoW in example. Then you look at the items and power stats. No, but I think that this idea of owning the city is an infinite money sink. Infinite. Infinite and global is the ultimate solution. I think it's fantastic. Do you think it should be a building, or do you think it should be an NPC? Like an NPC that is collecting all the materials? I think an NPC makes more sense to me. I mean, it's more roleplay wise. I mean, I would like to speak with this guy, give him the materials, and see that he's happy about it. That is telling me something like, "Oh yes, citizen, you are contributing to the city prosperity, and I will speak with the Vigésimi about you, and your name will resound in our roads forever." Yeah, I think I like more speaking with a guy than just putting resources into a door. I think it should be an NPC. It can be a guard. I mean, like if this guy is trusted enough by his boss, right? I don't know if this guy is trusted enough, but assuming that he is, we should change this freaking texture, boys. Why we still have this texture here? After all these years? Why I didn't change this? Holy moly. But we have beautiful carpets. Look at the quality, look at the texture quality of this carpet, my boys. Okay, I think I'm gonna go, but it was very nice. Oh wow, the chicken just went down the ramp. Can you believe it? Where is this guy going? Where are you going? What the fuck? Huh? There? It's like pretending that he didn't do anything. It's like pretending he didn't do that. But I saw him going down the ramp and all the way. Anyway. Okay, guys. The chicken. Okay, yeah, it should be an NPC. I think we can start to build. I mean, if you want to stop thinking and start building, I think a prosperity system will anyway be needed for all the ideas that we just articulated. So I could just build it, right? I could just have something that you can basically put money into it and it's generating a guild ranking. I still really would like to have something like you choosing where to put the money on. Maybe you put the money and the ranking is done globally, but depending on what you choose to put the money on is giving a different benefit. Ah, that is not bad. So basically you can boost a city differently. So you still have the guild ranking, right? You still have the guild ranking, which is regardless of what topic you selected, right? So you can put all the money here, all the money here, all the money here, and for the guild ranking is the same. But for the buffs, it is different. So you can choose how to buff the city. So maybe 1 month you buff it one way, and the month later you buff it another way. So you have another reason to buff it, right? Differently. Good idea. Okay. See you, boys. Tomorrow I will be here in the afternoon. I don't know exactly when, about 5 p.m. or so. And we will speak again, okay? Meanwhile, think about it. Bye. See you. Bye-bye. He didn't greet. Greet now. Bye. The chicken wants to go on the other side of the wall. Yeah, that's very possible, actually. Maybe.